Okay, can everybody hear me? We're going to get started here. Thank you very much for being patient. Welcome to the UBC Learning Circle, Putting Food Up, Traditional Foods presentation. It's a little bit complicated today. As you can see, I'm sitting in the room by myself with Catherine and just dealing with a few technical difficulties. I hope that are worked out currently. Thank you for all being very, very patient with us. I'm going to jump right into introductions. First of all, I want to recognize the Musqueam territory for which our downtown office resides, which is the Musqueam territory. Another exciting thing, as of January 1, the UBC Learning Circle has made the best way to describe it is we've become a part of the Center for Excellence in Indigenous Health. As there was a previous presentation by my supervisor and by Chief Wayne Christian. So I'm going to jump into today's presenters. A little bit complicated. We have a presenter, Suzanne Johnson, presenting from Penticton Indian Band. Suzanne Johnson is a registered dietitian and a member of the Penticton Indian Band of the Selix Nation. Together with her partner, she's indescribably blessed with a 3-year-old daughter. Suzanne feels blessed to have been raised in a food-active family and health-minded community. This, along with her professional training in dietetics, has gifted her with a unique area of knowledge that allows her to support individuals to a greater level of independence as they strive to live the good life. She has more than 18 years of experience working in First Nations and nutrition, both at the community and regional levels, including many years with First Nations Inuit Health and the First Nations Health Council, and of course the Penticton Indian Band. She has extensive experience in the continuum of health as a patient, clinician, educator, promoter, motivator, advocate, writer, and researcher. Her health passion for health stems from her own personal challenges with health, the witness of suffering of many loved ones who have since passed on as a result of their struggles with health, and devotion to the possibility that people can continue to live better. So that is Suzanne. I will turn the floor over to you, Suzanne, really quick, but I'm just going to do John and Nitanis introduction. Our other presenters are up in Seashalt. You see them at the top of the screen, so they will have a presentation as well. So when Suzanne is done with her presentation, we'll do the transition to John and Nitanis. John and Nitanis Rampanen. Nitanis Rampanen is Cree, Métis, Tsimshian of Gitxsan ancestry, is the owner-operator of Shapeshifter Studios, formerly Butterfly FX Productions. As an independent videographer, editor, and director, wife and mother of 6, she has produced an assortment of documentaries depicting the struggle of First Nations in British Columbia. She started her video production company in 2003 with more than 30 cultural productions to preserve Aboriginal culture, language, and oral teachings. More recently, the business name changed to Shapeshifter Studios, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, to describe the expansion into a mobile film training to work throughout BC's diverse Aboriginal communities. Throughout her life, Nitanis has maintained a strong bond with traditional teachings and values of her youth, showing strongly in her love for and skill in the art of storytelling and displayed in her visual and artistic video expressions. Nitanis now lives in Port Alberni with her Nuu-chah-nulth husband, where they raise 5 children, while the oldest is a film study student at York University in Toronto. Congratulations, that's amazing. John Rampanen is from the Nuu-chah-nulth Nation, West Coast, Vancouver Island. He is a trained digital storyteller, facilitator, musician, audio editor, and writer. John focuses especially upon elder and youth engagement, traditional medicinal knowledges, practices, cross-cultural bridge building, and Indigenous food security. So how it's going to work today is we're going to put a PowerPoint up on the screen. We have a very large group on the chat. I see there are some classrooms joining us as well today, so there are some really large groups. So if you have a question in the chat room, please type those into the chat, and I will relay the question to Suzanne or to John and Nitanis. For the time being, I'm going to turn the table over to Suzanne. Welcome to Suzanne, John, Nitanis, and your blessed little baby. Thank you for joining us today. And Okay, let's go over to Penticton Indian Band.
Are you there, Suzanne?
Stephen, did we lose Penticton Indian Band?
Oh, yes. Unfortunately, we did lose them, and they're trying to get them back in.
So, John and Nitanis, while we're trying to get Suzanne back, maybe if there was anything you would like to share with us really quick, because we're just experiencing just a little bit of technical difficulties today. We were hoping the new year would bring new changes, but...
Hello. First of all, it was an interesting introduction. That was a few years ago. Since then, my son has graduated and we had 2 more kids. So we're up to 8 instead of 6.
Wow,
yeah, this is my youngest, Kimo Wanatau. And yeah, so I guess we can just introduce a lot of the things that we've been doing, and in the introduction was a lot of the video stuff, and I actually haven't been involved in video for, say, the last couple of years because of my kids, and as of last year, 2000, we jumped off the grid and we lived on the West Coast in a little cabin with no electricity for over a year. And right now we're just living in Port Alberni as a winter home until we go back to our cabin in the spring. So we could talk about that, of our life experience of having to do that and really rely on Indigenous food systems as a source of our main food, and how we could live without any electricity. Say we went back to the ways that our grandmother would have done, and so how that transition was for us to come out of the city and having stores and having all these foods available to being completely remote, only us as a family, and being far away from any other stores or what have you, and really having to learn what it was like to be reconnected with the land and the food sources that were growing around us, and relearning how to accept those foods as our taste buds were starting to be reawakened in this. So was an act of decolonization that we went through in the last. Since we've been together, there was just the acknowledgement of how we've been colonized, our bodies, our everything, that we went through this process of colonization. Then there's that decolonization. So we're taking away all this. And then we were re-indigenizing. We coined that phrase just because it made sense. It's not like we want to walk around and say, oh, hi, we're decolonized. It's not a place we want to be. So we've actually used the phrase re-indigenize, and that's reacquiring the skills it needs for us to be Indigenous peoples. And what does that look like? Because it's going to be totally different than it was in our grandparents' age. And So this is maybe a project we could talk about later on in our presentation, but we also have a group, and it's actually pronounced Hithmexican. How say that again?
Hithmexican.
Yeah, which is actually the word meaning in Ichanoth is where we want to be. So instead of saying decolonization or re-indigenization, but using the words as this is from Ichanoth Hithmexican, where we want to be. And so it's a group of people. We were talking about this new challenge that we're doing. 2010, we did an Indigenous diet challenge with our family, where we went through our whole process of decolonizing our diet and living strictly on foods that we harvested, hunted, preserved, or traded for in the winter of 2010 with our family. And then now we're taking it a little bit further, and we went and lived off the land for about a year, and now we're back in town, and we're having meetings with other community members and other Nuchana's families that want to do similar things, and so we're doing a challenge called Re-Indigenize Our Body for this new year. And so there's a lot of really fun things that we're doing with the community. What does that mean? It's like we also realized when we lived off the land and that our bodies really weren't in shape. Like we were so used to having heat and hydro. We're so used to having foods going to the store and all these foods that you could get access to, and then being totally stripped of that, and then realizing our bodies weren't adaptable to living in the environment quite yet. And there was a time when John was chopping wood and his back went out for a month. Had we not had another place to go to for that winter time when he was out for a month, it would have been really dire, because we need our bodies to survive out there completely. So that's something that we're doing. That's just a little bit what we can talk about. And yeah. And is she online now?
Stephen, do we have, I don't see PIB back up there yet. Suzanne, can we hear you?
Okay.
Perhaps it's the new equipment.
Right, that's our other thing, is Penticton Indian Band actually has new equipment. They had to reset their old equipment, so that could be part of the issue as well.
Right.
So John, do you have anything to add? Because I know how I know of John and the family is John and I were colleagues at the First Nations Health Council, the First Nations Health Authority, and it was really quite interesting because I actually was impressed, John, when we went to lunch one day and you were talking about the food. So when we walked into this little restaurant area at the mall, that you said your family was not eating anything if you couldn't gather it or collect it or trade for it off the land. So that's kind of how I knew of your family. And then of course, I stay connected with Tamara. But is there anything else that you would like to share while we're kind of waiting for Suzanne to come back online?
Yeah, we gave some consideration to sort of the presentation that we wanted to share today, and we felt that the best sort of approach that we could take, and which we will afterwards with the presentation, is to do a bit of an historical overview of Indigenous food systems in general, and the types of food sources that were most readily available to our people, as opposed to the foods that we've become accustomed to today through the impacts of colonialism. We can appreciate, I think, that there's a lot of very significant changes in the dietary habits of our people. There's a lot of significant changes in the lifestyles and the activities of our people as well. The way that we live together has changed so drastically that it's very challenging for us to take the same type of a model that we've adopted through colonialism of a small nuclear family. Well, we have a large nuclear family, but of just one single family unit to go back out to the territory to try to survive is extremely challenging. And so one thing that we gained a huge appreciation of over the last year living out in Seacher Bay, living on the territory, was the necessity for community. And we can appreciate when we reflect further back to ancestral times, that it took a community to not only survive but to thrive on our territories. We can still appreciate and acknowledge and recognize that there's an abundance of food sources that still exist out in our territories, in our forests, in our waters. They're depleted. There's contamination issues. There's pollutant issues. There's many different things and factors that we didn't really have to consider in traditional times, but contemporarily, we were forced to be much more mindful of the foods that are available to us on our territories. And so that was a learning curve for us, was ensuring that we were eating foods that were still healthy for us. We knew that our traditional foods are healthy, but we also know that many of our seafoods, our shellfish especially, are very prone to pollutants and to contaminants. And so that was a leery, sort of cautious approach that we were taking. But again, the main factor is that we require a whole community to accomplish the many responsibilities that come with living directly on our territories. Living directly on the land and gaining your food sources daily from the land requires a huge effort. And so for Nitanis and I, when we had 6 and then 7 children out there with us, we had to assume the role of educator, of healthcare provider, of food provider, of boat mechanics, construction. Every single facet of our way of life fell solely upon our plate. It was our responsibility to take care of. And this was a huge adjustment for us coming from the more colonial style environment, living in town, where our dependencies were placed upon strangers that provided services or goods to us on a daily basis. And we would just be part of the workforce, gain some monetary income, and then exchange that for those goods and services. But on our territory, again, it was much different. It took a united effort, even from our children, and from the youngest one to the oldest one, to contribute in every way that they could to put food on our table. And so the food that we offered ourselves had much more value to it as a result than food that we would just randomly purchase at a grocery store or anywhere else for that matter. That's a nutshell, I guess, of the experience that we had. And it does date back to when we were working together, and some of the earlier sort of ideations that we had as a family were definitely around the time when I was working with the First Nations Health Authority. The recognition that health is paramount for our people. The health issues that affect our people are continuously, seemingly growingly wildly out of control. And so we felt that there was a necessity for us as a family to start to make some strides in a different direction. And so, truthfully, it's been almost a decade, maybe even a decade now, that we've been mindfully preparing ourselves for a move out to the territory, equipping ourselves with knowledge of traditional foods, making short visits at first out to our traditional territory to reacquaint and to reconnect ourselves with the land and with the ocean. So it's been a gradual process that led up to a very bold step, I think, on our behalf, to move out to the territory and live directly on the land and off the land for over a year.
Wow. Well, it's been amazing. So just to explain really quick what is happening, because we have so many people on Adobe Connect that we're working on reconnecting with Penticton Indian Band. That's where Suzanne Johnson is presenting from. So the technical staff are looking at what the issue was. So when we did they did the trial connection, everything seemed to be fine. But for some reason, the bridge dropped that call. So that's why we've lost Suzanne, and everybody else is still in the room. So it might be on her end. So what was supposed to happen is when I was doing the intros, we were supposed to have a presentation from Suzanne and then also the presentation from John and Nitanis, which we're hoping to load their presentation here. I think Nitanis is working on that, so we can jump to their presentation beforehand. If we can get this lined up, that we'll still have the presentation from Suzanne once she actually rejoins the room, if that's possible. Sorry for the technical difficulties. This is what we deal with here at the UBC Learning Circle. We just sit here and keep moving along, and thank you for your patience, and we'll be able to get there.
Did you send it?
No. It's a little bit large, so I'm just deleting some photos.
Okay, it's a lot of files, so she's just trimming it down so that it can actually get sent via email. But if you like, I could start with my portion of the presentation, and then as you receive the presentation from Nitanis, then perhaps you can load that up.
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know what the odds are of Suzanne joining us today there. Our tech just emailed us and said that the internet in Penticton is down at the moment. So that is going to pose a serious challenge, unfortunately. So I guess you guys have as much time as you need, and when you send your presentation, we'll get it loaded up and we can get it running.
So just to repeat that, For the people on Adobe Connect, that the Penticton Indian Band, their high-speed internet service went down completely. That's why Suzanne dropped out of the room. It has nothing to do with video conference. It's on completely their connection. We've lost connection to her. So John, I will turn the table over to you.
Sure, thank you, Crystal. Hopefully they get their internet back so we can hear from her as well, because I was definitely interested to hear what she had to share. And I'd just like to start by thanking everyone who's joining us today. Technologically, there's always going to be hiccups. There's always little obstacles that seem to get in the way. But however we can manage to communicate and to share ideas and to share stories, I think it works out perfect no matter how it comes together. So I really appreciate this opportunity to share our story with all of you, and appreciate all of you taking your time to listen. I'm also hopeful that we have some time, and it seems like we might, to have a bit of back and forth and maybe some questions that can be asked from some people that are watching. And we'd be more than happy to share whatever insights we've gained along this path that we've been walking. Again, my name is John Rampanen. My traditional Nuu-chah-nulth name is Nasathuk, which means takes care of the day. I come from Ahousaht on the west coast of Vancouver Island, and that's where our family's home is situated, on Ahousaht territory, a place that we call Seacher Bay, named after my family, the Seacher family. It's a small little remote bay. If you're familiar with Tofino and Ahousaht, it's about a 45-minute to 1 hour boat ride northwest from Tofino, and about a 15-minute boat ride away from Ahousaht. So it's a very isolated, beautiful little spot, very close to a mountain called Chitapi in our language, and the English name of it is Catface Mountain. Recently, over the last few years, there's been proposed development, mining development on the mountain from Imperial Metals, and this wasn't necessarily the catalyst that made us desire to move out there. We were making a presence and making a reconnection out on the land before Imperial Metals expressed an interest in that particular mountain. But once their presence became more evident, and their test drilling and their helicopters and all of their equipment that they brought out to the mountain became more visible, it definitely heightened our sense of urgency for connecting with our traditional territory, because we immediately gained the sense that our resources were dwindling. Our territory was in the midst of a huge transition, that perhaps we wouldn't have the same territory remaining afterwards. And so we felt that it was very important for us to connect while we could to a territory and to a land base that is very similar to that of our ancestors. Having said that, the ravishes from the forestry industry and from the commercial fishing industry have already done their number on our territories. And yet we've also managed to appreciate that despite the overexploitation of resources, of forestry resources and fishing resources in our territories, that our land and our oceans have found a way to rebound, to recuperate, and to heal itself. Our people, unfortunately, up to this point, haven't done a whole lot to contribute towards that revitalization process, that environmental revitalization process. But we're working toward a direction where we're, reclaiming our stewardship traditionally over our resources. So there's a lot of hope in the not too distant future for Nuu-chah-nulth peoples and the Ahousaht peoples specifically within our territory, that our lands and our food sources will once again be something that we are closely attached and connected to. The Indian Act system, since its inception in the late 1800s, has definitely separated our people from our territory, whether it was intentional or not. We find ourselves in a situation today where, although our people in Ahousaht and other rural and remote communities live in complete isolation on our territories, the connection, especially amongst young people and youth within our communities, to our traditional lands and to our traditional foods is very, very limited. The introduced foods, the processed foods, starchy, especially sugary and salty foods, canned goods from big box stores in the local nearby urban centers, those are the main food sources for the vast majority of our people. It's a very, very small percentage of our people that are still accessing traditional foods. And there's various reasons for that. Some of our people have just completely lost interest, I guess, so to speak. The palate has changed so abruptly that there's a dependency upon salty and sugary and starchy foods, or at least a perceived dependency upon it. Others perhaps are concerned of contaminants and pollutants from the forestry industry, from the fishing industry, from international industries that, because we live on the ocean, we're subject to many, many different countries and nations and the impact that they have upon the ocean as well. And so I think that unknowingness of the status of our foods is a big question mark for a lot of our people. And so we reached a point personally where we made a decision that we can remain unsure, we can remain uncertain and confused over the status of our foods and whether or not they're edible anymore, or if they're dangerous to us or healthy for us, or we can make a step out to our territory and start to gain that information firsthand, because there was a lack of that existing within our territories. There just wasn't enough people that were directly out in our territories monitoring, harvesting foods during different seasons to be able to determine what level of scarcity or what level of abundance our food sources were at. So it was very much trial and error for the first few years for us. And this is dating back to the early 2000s, around 2003, 10 years ago. Was the very first time that my family went out to clear some land in what has become known again as Seacher Bay. At that time, it would be considered, I guess, rugged wilderness. The environment had just completely overgrown in the area, and it just didn't seem like a very feasible place to build because the underbrush was so thick. It just seemed like a very rugged environment. And so slowly but surely, we started to clear off some land in the area, with a huge sort of dream in mind that we would build a longhouse, that we would eventually return there. At that point, it was more of a vision that we were casting forward for us to work towards, to propel us, to motivate us to go back out onto the land and to make that connection happen. There was a lot of mental and psychological and physical aspects that we needed to take care of for ourselves as well too before we could actually make that step. And in the colonial environment, there's so many unhealthy options when it comes to foods that it's just difficult for us to find those healthy alternatives. And generally, the healthy alternatives that exist in the colonial environment are also introduced and from afar. And so there's different aspects that are attached to them. The carbon imprint on foods, healthy foods that are imported and exported worldwide, and there's many different aspects. And so we turned our attention about 7 years ago to a group that was forming that became known as the Vancouver Island Traditional Foods Network. And we became involved with this network as a means to enhance our understanding of traditional foods as it pertains to our local area here on Vancouver Island. And through that network, we had an opportunity to meet many wonderful elders from across Vancouver Island. We had an opportunity to meet academics and scientists who shared a common interest in traditional foods, perhaps in different areas and through different streams, but the binding agent in the network was the desire to revitalize traditional food practices and harvesting. And for us, it was more of a personal matter. We knew that it was important to be aware of the scientific aspects of the contaminants and the pollutants that were affecting our foods, but we were very eager to capture some of the teachings that were being generously shared by elders on how and where foods were harvested and what types of implements were produced just specifically for that activity. And so it was very important for us to not only research and to listen to the teachings of our elders, but to immediately put it into practice and to document putting it into practice, and through trial and error to see how that fit for us, how do the traditional teachings and stories of our elders translate into a modern context for us? Because there's a bit of pieces that get lost in translation when we transfer or transition from a traditional way of life to a modern way of life. And so it was an interesting, I guess, living social experiment that we conducted upon ourselves, starting with examining the food that was within our cupboards. As Crystal was mentioning earlier, a few years ago, we initiated a Indigenous Foods Challenge, primarily for ourselves, but for any other families or people that were interested in participating. We agreed to a 4-month term initially that we would completely remove all introduced foods that included domesticated animals or meats that we've become accustomed to, such as beef and pork and chicken, all pretty much white substances that are foreign, the white flour or white rice, sugar, salt. There's natural salt in our foods, but we didn't use salt as an additive. And of course, junk food and processed food and fast food and those types of foods were discarded from our diet. And it was an interesting, a very interesting experience. We initiated it on November 14th, which I believe coincided with the International Diabetes Awareness Day. And this was very intentional. Just prior to this, unfortunately, my wife lost her father to diabetes, and this was a big eye-opener for us, because we appreciate that many of our family members, many of our extended family members, and many of our people in general in our communities ultimately experience many adverse impacts from diabetes and other similar diseases, other degenerative diseases. And so it became clear to us that a lot of the diseases that were impacting our communities were preventable, and a lot of the diseases that were impacting our communities were traced to the dietary habits of our people, and that huge transition from a protein-rich traditional foods diet to a carbohydrate-rich processed food colonial diet. And so that transition, through research and through interactions with elders, that transition in that dietary lifestyle changed almost overnight. And so we trace it back. Yeah.
Can I just ask you a question? How, because of your family size and understanding that, your children made the transition as well, how did the children handle this? Because right there, they probably went to school and there was times that they were away from you.
Mm-hmm.
How did they handle this change and the progression over to, I know you shared that with me, but I think it's interesting for people to hear how they handled things in this big transition.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. The children actually have been the champions of this whole movement for us. And as I mentioned earlier, we started a few years prior to the Indigenous Foods Challenge of going out to our traditional territory, rebuilding Seacher Bay and making it a home for us. And while we were out there doing that, the children would be part of the traditional food harvesting. And once we would harvest traditional foods, we would come back to the urban center where we were still living, primarily during those times, and we would share the food with elders. And that interaction that our children had an opportunity to have with our elders was, I guess, magical. The excitement, the happiness, the joy that it brought to the elders, the medicinal aspects of the food were more than just physical medicine. It was a spiritual and emotional and mental medicine as well. And so elders very quickly started to share their teachings with us very openly, whereas prior, and in a traditional context, that level of sharing was almost non-existent. A lot of our teachings in traditional Nuu-chah-nulth environment were very family-based, and there was a lot of privacy and intellectual property rights attached to various forms of teaching, especially spiritual teachings. And so our children had an opportunity to share traditional foods with elders, to engage with them in a really deep and meaningful way, and be able to value that what those foods had to offer more than just pure physical sustenance. That food was a part of our culture, of who we are as a people. And the act of going out and harvesting that food, although they were very young, and they would accumulate as much as they could, and they would bring it back and share it. And then that act of sharing was a reciprocal process. It was a reciprocal learning opportunity for them to be able to, I guess, have a deeper insight even than I at that time was aware of, that how important those foods were, how much nutrition, the nutritional value mentally and physically that food provided to us. So their palate was already built around that particular diet, more so than mine, especially during my upbringing, and my wife as well. So when it came time to completely and drastically alter our diets from a colonial-based diet back to a traditional foods diet, the children were completely on board by that point. And when they went to school, they became the champions at school as well, to be able to advocate why these foods were so good and why they're important for you. And when they would bring interesting lunch items to school, like moose heart or different things that they would bring with them, it would be a novelty for the other children, and it would be a learning opportunity for them as well. And our children would be able to assume that role of being able to share with them some teachings around these foods and why it's different than the foods that we're used to, why it's different than, and what that connection is. You know, there was a very deep connection to almost all of the food that we ate during that 4-month period, because we harvested it all directly with our own hands. And so we had that story behind each of those food items as well, how and when, and what type of a day it was, or what the process was to get that food, and what we did with the food once we got it. And so there's much more depth to those foods than there was to the colonial foods. And so our children, again, were leading the way for us in many ways. And when we would go to the grocery store, because we did allow some other aspects like different fruits or vegetables into the diet to supplement some of the vitamins and minerals that were required for us to continue on through the winter months. The children were always the most mindful of whether or not the foods that we were picking were indigenous, and they would be the ones who would be pointing it out to us if we were perhaps prepared to make a unhealthy decision. They would be the ones who would be that voice of consciousness that were reminding us that that's not indigenous or this is indigenous, and their awareness was just amazing. And so that experience in itself really set us on a path where we went for the 4 months without a clear indication that we were going to stop, that we knew that we needed to start that diet, and we didn't know if it was going to continue on or what it was going to manifest itself into. By the time that we reached the end of the 4 months, we had our youngest daughter. Her name is Hallie, and so things became a little more focused on her and her birth, and when she was a very young newborn. And so we started to lose a little bit of focus on, and that diligence that we were maintaining on the traditional foods diet. But we adopted a lot of traditional foods habits through that 4 months that have still carried on to this day. And so it also really put into gear for us the desire to move and live directly on the land, to be able to harvest the food on a daily basis, as opposed to just making short visits out to our territory. And so it was one of those stepping stones. It was a big stepping stone to get us to where we're currently at, where now we're starting to develop these visions that are even further ahead, to be able to, as Nitanis mentioned earlier, to re-indigenize or to find Hith Mexican, where we want to be. That concept that we've been discussing with a lot of other young families in this area has been very empowering for us and for other people as well. The discussions around traditional foods, and by sharing traditional foods with other young people and families, we found that the interest and the desire for others to go out now has increased. And as I mentioned earlier, when we were living out on the land for just over a year, that was one of the biggest learning lessons, especially for myself personally, was that we need more people. We need a community to be out there with us, or in some form to be with us, to be able to make it a little easier, so that we weren't trying to take on too many responsibilities all at once and making it overwhelming and discouraging for ourselves. And so coming back to Port Alberni for the winter and where we're currently at, we're devoting our time and our energy to build that community of people and families that want to take that step and go back out onto our territories in whichever form works best for them. And so we have families that are ready to make that transition. We have other families that desire to stay within the urban environment but want to contribute in different ways. And sort of everything in between. And so the concept of re-indigenization, I guess, really started earlier on with, it just started off just by having discussions, just by theorizing and strategizing of what's not working in our society or environment today, and how can we change that, and how can we readapt that so that it works better for us. And so one of those big key pieces for us that we immediately identified was the need to connect to land, the need to be out on our territory. And honestly, when we first started to go out, the feeling that we would receive when we would be out on the territory was indescribable, because I'm sure that many others who are listening in on this conversation have perhaps shared a similar experience. When you go out onto your traditional land and you feel that connectivity, there's a lifeblood and there's a spirit energy that exists out on our territories that replenishes our soul and replenishes our spirit and makes us whole again, because we live in an environment, generally speaking, a colonial environment, that we don't necessarily know or recognize that there's an emptiness or a void until we go out onto our territory and fill that emptiness with that spirit and that energy that's out there. And so that was a healing step for us, and it's continued to lead us forward to some of the efforts and activities where we're at today. Nitanis, did you want to add anything?
Well, I'm just going back to your question about the children. A thought occurred to me. I remember hearing when I was growing up that if I brought a fish sandwich or a piece of dried meat, you'd be made fun of in your class, like, ooh, what are you eating? And that feeling like, well, we must be poor because we're having to supplement our lunches with our indigenous foods and being put down when you're in a public school. And for my age, I remember that. And but for our kids, it was different because they went to Hahopeak school, which is a Nuchano school. And when they did bring the foods in, it was something, it meant you were rich, because then not too many people have access to those foods anymore. And it was only brought out now in celebration at potlatches, or, the kids are really curious about these foods now, and because they're not at our tables very often anymore. And it's only those that have ability to go out and to be able to hunt and harvest, and that have. So it is actually now, kind of a status that those people that have that kinds of foods so the kids would gather around when they would brought, especially the moose jerky that we made. The kids, that was like gold at school. So all the kids are trying to trade them their peanut butter jam sandwiches and their Twinkies, or I don't even know if they have Twinkies anymore, but all their the different kinds of pastries. And they really seen that they had a lot of pride in the food that they had, and again, it was funny going shopping for some of the supplement stuff that we had, and we'd have to look at the package and going with the kids in the grocery store and saying, oh, do we have this, and what's in here, kids? And then they would always like, is this indigenous, Mom? They'd go running back and one of my little sons, he was 6 years old at the time, and he's trying to put lollipops in the grocery basket and saying, "I think it's indigenous, Mom. This is indigenous lollipop." But it just made me laugh because the cashier's looking at me, and I just think it's so amazing, and it was inspiring to me that was their vocabulary of talking about food at the ages of 4, 6, 8, and however old they were, saying, "Is this indigenous, Mom? Is this not indigenous?" Well, the lady at the cashier was kind of puzzled. What is she talking? What are they talking about? And then it was always anytime, and like you said, when John would go to the health center, that it would always be. It was this bridge to this conversation, this bridge between when we're talking about our food. Sure, we're using this word we're on an indigenous diet. It's like, oh, really? What does that mean? And it was just fun to always have a conversation. It would always bring up really, and people would tell them their memories of growing up, and then the fact that we didn't know we were still in our infant stages of connecting to these foods, and so just trying out different recipes was always like a work of art. And we fell in love with food, fell in love with dinner time, and at the table, all our kids were all talking about, ooh, what did we make? How did we make a spaghetti that was completely we call it indigenous spaghetti, right? So we're sitting at the table and it's like, well, corn, we could say, corn we used as corn noodles. So having to explain that corn, is an indigenous food from the southeast, but this is some of the foods we may have traded for. So we allowed to certain things in having that discussion. So we'd use a corn noodle for the base and the spaghetti, and then we would make also, conscious of getting local fresh foods, and we would use the organic tomatoes and put that, and we put buffalo meat, ground meat in it, and some of the things, and just so spaghetti would be this conversation of how we can indigenize all the foods that they loved, right? How do you indigenize pizza?
We also learned that the concept of breakfast, lunch, and dinner was an introduced concept, and that wasn't really something that was thought about going into the sort of experiment that we're doing with our food. But it suddenly didn't make as much sense to the breakfast meal, the breakfast portions anyway. And when you look at the options that are generally out there for breakfast, they're all introduced foods. They're all eggs, bacon, pancakes, porridge, cereals. Pretty much any of those food sources, breakfast type of food sources, are introduced, are foreign, and in many cases are not all that healthy for you. And so for us, our eating pattern changed. It had to change in order to be able to accommodate the foods that we were eating. We found that the indigenous foods, you didn't require as much to feel that same sense of fulfillment. Indigenous foods are just very filling, it seems, in general, especially indigenous meats, and moose meat, elk, and deer. You have a little piece and you feel very full. And the same is true for most other indigenous foods as well. So the meals weren't necessarily as large. But I think what we kind of boiled it down to for our meal patterns was we would have one large meal in the evenings, sort of dinner, and throughout the day there would be more like snacks. And breakfast would either be sort of leftovers from the larger dinner the night previous, or would be one of those other forms of snacks. There was a lot of berries that we had, and things of that nature. But definitely, that the 3 meals a day type of approach just didn't seem to fit well with the foods that we were eating. And so that was an interesting learning experience for us. From that point, when we did embark on the Indigenous Foods Challenge, as Nitanis mentioned, we were very much in our infancy of just reconnecting with Indigenous foods in general. So we broadened our scope to the whole continent, to many First Nations communities, not only our own here and the food sources that are available here, but Indigenous foods from wherever we could gather them from, or trade or barter from. And so we opened up a lot of different networking opportunities through social media and through other sources with other people around this continent that are also interested in food. And so we very quickly realized that we're not alone in this. There's many other First Nations peoples out there who share a similar interest, and B, there's a lot of food sources that are available out there if we manage to find a way to tap into it. Oh, are we still there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think.
Oh, okay. And
You're still here.
so from that point forward, it you know, admittedly, during that 4-month Indigenous Foods Challenge, our diet was extremely protein rich. We had a lot of moose meat, a lot of fish, a lot of things of that nature. And we sort of struggled to supplement with the vegetables and fruit and the other pieces that would be essential for us, and to a minimal degree, some carbohydrates as well. And so from that point forward, we've really started to explore in much greater detail the plant food sources, the root rhizome food sources that are available for our peoples traditionally as well as contemporarily. And most recently, Nitanis has been exploring a great deal with medicinal plants and the medicinal aspects that are still abundantly available on our territories. Living out in Seacher Bay, I think that was one of the biggest concerns that we carried as parents, was the health and well-being of our children. We knew that the foods that we were providing them were helping them in preventative measures for later on in life, but there's accidents, there's emergency situations that sometimes flare up, or just incidents that you're just not completely prepared for. And so the medicinal piece was missing for us. And that's where, now that we're back in town, we're really focusing a lot of attention towards it.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? We have the presentation. We have the slides. They've come through. So we can.
Thank you.
We've loaded it onto the webinar, so we can switch over to your slide presentation. And if you could speak to that, that would be great. Thank you, Nitanis, for sending that.
So you can see them and then talk at the same time?
Yes. Yeah, it'll just be a moment because we'll switch it over, and then our tech support has to hit a little button on his end, and it'll just be a second, but you'll see them come up. And you're still there, so don't worry.
Okay.
It'll just be a moment.
Oh yeah, there we go. This is Seacher Bay. This is right in our front yard. This is the rocks where the kids love to play. They swim year round in the ocean. It was an amazing experience to see that no matter how cold it seemed to be, we would still find time to go in the ocean. And for us, it was, we don't have hot water. We have running water, but it was definitely a place to bathe and to just for the kids to have fun. It was a bit of a playground for them. You can see off in the distance in the background behind the tree and the rocks, that's the mountain I was referring to earlier, that's known as Chitapi in our language, Catface in English, and that's the one that is proposed to be strip mined for copper and gold. And so a lot of our foods come from the bay, right at the base of that mountain. There's a huge abundance of foods that are available right there on land and in the ocean and on the tidal areas as well.
Okay.
So
I think there's lots, yeah. Yeah.
pardon me?
Next. Oh, yeah. It's a little bit blurry, but
Okay, can you see that one there?
Yeah. This is
Perfect.
our main. The only way to get to Seacher Bay is by boat, or I guess float plane if you have a float plane. But our dream is to have carved dugout canoes eventually in our bay. For the time being, we have the rowboat and motorboat, and so our children love to go out. And I think this picture is of them practicing water safety and survival. They would go row out, and they would jump into the water and put their life jackets on in the middle of the water, just in case that was a scenario they had to deal with later on. Next photo, please.
Yikes.
Well, there's some elk meat. And we were sitting by our fire one evening in a boat. We don't get very much traffic that comes down our inlet, so whenever a boat comes by, it's kind of a novelty for us, and all the kids get excited, the dog gets excited, and we perk up and we're trying to determine who it is. And so a small little boat went driving by, and then they stopped and circled back, and they yelled out and asked if I wanted some elk meat, and obviously I wanted some, so they gave us this whole quarter. It was great. And because we have no freezer or anything like that out there, our food has to either be canned or dried, so I cut this all into strips and dried it, and there might be some pictures of that coming up. Yeah. We'll move to the next one, please. Oh, here, you can speak to that.
This is my photograph. The clothesline. Yeah, here I'm trying to. One of the things that I discovered is that there's a lot of foods, and that wouldn't normally be eaten traditionally in the Channel territory. But growing up in the Tsimshian Gitsan, up in Prince Rupert, we ate a lot of seaweed, and I knew that the Channel don't normally have seaweed on their plates, even at feasts, and so it's something that's really rare that mostly I could get from my family up north. And our one of the creeks had this is sea lettuce. So I was thinking there's gotta be some ways that we could eat this and it's edible. So this is me here drying my sea lettuce, and it's really vibrant green and it's stringy, and it's not what I'm used to, which is the big dark the nori type seaweed that I'm used to. So I was experimenting with a lot of the seaweeds like the bull kelp and the bladderwrack and the sea lettuce. And I did have some of the nori big pieces that we get from up north, and I would make this on the wood stove. I would make a blend with it that we would use as seasonings. And my kids, this one I actually seasoned a bit with garlic and put a little bit of sesame oil and made chips with it, and the kids loved it. So you can go next. Yeah, and you can see it's just abundant. At a certain time of right by our place on this freshwater creek that comes down from the mountain behind us, it grows in say the spring, and then it's only good at that time. So this is just full right now, and then in the winter and fall it'll be all gone, and then again the process starts again. So there was lots, and yeah.
Next one, please. And most of the foods too, a lot of the foods that we started to experiment with and that we knew were edible, they just are foods that often we just walk right past and not even recognize as a food source. Oh, we just have a black screen here. I don't know.
There was
put
5.
them in several different.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting. We walk through a forest sometimes, or you walk along a beach, and sometimes we just take for granted that there's a lot of food around us, and because it's not immediately recognizable as food. Sometimes it doesn't look all that great or appetizing, but once you prepare it in a certain way and find that flavor that it has or that it can contribute, then it becomes a part of our daily diet, or it becomes a staple of our food sources. So, I think that sea lettuce is a really great example of that. On first glance, when you see it just clinging to the rocks, it just seems like an algae or something that is not really necessarily a prime food source. But once added with other seaweeds, it makes a wonderful additive.
Amazing. So you called that sea lettuce. Somebody asked what that was called again, and you called that sea lettuce, right?
Yeah, it was the sea lettuce. The string sea lettuce is what you'd find in a book. And a lot of the times we require a lot of our knowledge through books, because we didn't have an elder that was there we could readily ask, and we didn't have internet. So what we would do is just go through these books, and the kids actually, that would be one of their activities. They would just naturally grab the books and go for a walk and do exploring and see what the names were for it. But it was always sad for us that when we went out, we did a lot of language and cultural work when we were living in, say, Port Alberni and Tofino. I did a lot of interactive language DVDs, and language was a big part of the kids at school and at home. But it was interesting to us, once we moved on the land, that was gone. We virtually forgot all the language. It wasn't being practiced pretty much at all. And I think when we come back to the city and we were reflecting on that year, we said, what happened there? And we said, well, I think what it is this switch that we have to do when we're and we consciously say, oh, I'm going to say this in Nuu-chah-nulth, so I have to, think of that Nuu-chah-nulth word. But when we were just surviving every day, that switch wasn't happening. It wasn't fluent. It wasn't coming out with as fluent as we would have liked it. It was actually more of a conscious kind of having to find those words, and we were so busy just surviving that in retrospect we're like, well, what happened there? Why wasn't it happening a lot? Why couldn't we just keep that going? And so when we're meeting again with this group of people here in Port Alberni, and we're talking about the language, and is that it would be really great had we been learning all of these new plants and new food and new experiences in the language first off. Instead of having to carry a book around, it would be really great to have somebody there or community members come in and show us that, and show us it in Nuu-chah-nulth, because there's a lot of, then once we go to bed at night, that would be what we would remember it as, in the Nuu-chah-nulth way, and we would remember it in the context of that Nuu-chah-nulth word and how it was prepared in the cultural context of the language itself would have stayed with us, and the fluency is, I think, that's where it would connect for us. So when we return to the Bay in the spring, we will be having more language immersion happening at the same time. So we talked about having a canoe being built. So wouldn't that be great if we have a canoe builder there and then have it as a language immersion, where we're doing it all in the language, where we're putting up the pillars of a longhouse all in the language, we're harvesting all in the language. That's our hope for the future.
So I have a question. About the books, where did you begin to look for your resources, not having internet access, just to give people across the province an idea of where you began to look for these resource books? Because I'm actually interested, and I've seen one book from my territory and from the Celix territory that talks about the plants and where to find them, basically, and gives a basic understanding about the plant and the type of traditional food. But I'm interested to hear where you found your resource books as well.
Well, it's really great being part of the Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Indigenous Foods Network, because especially Fiona and Erin, they would have a lot of the resource books that they've so you could see throughout the years of Vancouver Island, a lot of the books that they have collected over the years.
It's also helpful that Nitanis is a bit of a book hoarder.
Oh yeah.
And over the last few years, when we'd move from one location to another, I would get frustrated and I'd ask, why can I measure the amount of books we have in tons? And so I'd have to move it from house to house, and then sure enough, those books came in extremely handy. So I think it's been an accumulation over years. And then people like Lee Oates up in the north, who just generously share their knowledge and have spent many, many years, decades, immersing themselves in increasing their knowledge and understanding of Indigenous foods and plants. And as counterpart Nancy Turner down here in the south, who very similarly offers the same type of information. So there was a little bit of having to search around for sort of field manual type of books that that had really great illustrations that were that you couldn't mistake which food you were looking at.
And then just cross-referencing all of the books, because a lot of them were they said maybe the sea shell would have ate it, or the Coast Salish would have used this during the winter for teas, or would it be for medicine. So it was actually so much information in trying to go, okay, what looking at, we'll make sure it's not poison. And if it wasn't poison, and then maybe, and then also to talk to the elders, and they were, of course, the greatest resource that we have. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So Fiona actually just added a comment as well to that question that I asked, and she said, I can send you a list of those books that we have found. Just email me, and I have books from both the VICC-IFN and the NWIC list of resources. And then she said, we also just created the Pacific Northwest Plant Knowledge Cards. That just sounds like amazing resources.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cards are really great, and Yeah, there were lots of funs for the kids. It's actually a really great exercise because it's got a beautiful picture on the top, and then you turn it around. It has the names in the different 3 language groups here in on Vancouver Island, and then it says when to harvest and what it's good for, and yeah. So those are lots of fun actually. Those cards.
So Nitanis, I just uploaded the next 5 photos that you sent. So we're on 6 through 10 right now, and I just noticed that you sent me 5 more. So, yeah.
I take a lot of photos.
Yeah. Maybe we can move to the next one.
Hey, I narrowed those down.
So just a curiosity on another note, you talked a lot about the traditional foods, a little bit on the medicinal plants. But what about what you drink? Like plenty of water, and is there anything else?
Well, there's a lot of herbal teas for sure, and there's the Labrador tea. We have wild strawberry. What else? Rose hips. A lot of the evergreen trees you can make a tea from, a very citrusy tea. And we're very fortunate in Citra Bay. We have a natural artesian spring that comes out of the back of the mountain right behind us, and we've tapped into that. We pulled up the water source where it comes from, where it emanates from, and have piped into that. So we have running water in our cabin from that spring. So we have really great water to drink as well. And that was primarily what kept us going. Of course, coffee too.
And it was it was interesting. My son, I don't know, when he came back to Port Alberni after being in Citra Bay for a while and drinking the water, and he took water from the tap, and he's like, "Mom, what is this?" And I was like, "It's water." He was like, "No, it isn't. It's not water." And I was like, "What do you mean it's not water?" And it was interesting for him to have the taste of what it was to drink, just natural water from the ground every day, and then having the taste then to what it would to have the stuff that has the chlorine water in it, and knowing that there's a different taste to it.
Oh, what is she doing there?
Oh yeah, it's kind of blurry, hey, some of it. Just picking the berries.
Oh yeah, berry. Yeah, and we have a lot of berries, and we're really fortunate, pretty much in all of our indigenous territories, that whether the berries will change from different species or whatever but there's always an abundance, it seems, of berries, and summertime is a great time for picking berries. This past year was a bit of an exception to that. So we've discovered that there are off years depending on weather conditions, and we were away in northern Alberta when the berries were starting to emerge, or should have started to emerge here. But I guess we discovered when we came back, we were gone for a couple of months, and we discovered that there was a bit of a drought in our area. So I think that contributed negatively towards the berry production this year. And the year prior was amazing.
Yeah, the huckleberries did really well, the everberry huckleberries. The huckleberries were really happy last year. I got so much huckleberries, more than... and we devised these cool little tools that had a berry pick and in our baskets. And I remember that's really the changing point for me, is when I was picking berries, that this is something I really wanted to do more I wish I could berry pick all the time. And so when we moved on the land, that's basically, I got my wish. I had to berry pick because we needed to, but then this year was really dry and the huckleberries didn't do so well. And so when there was a really bumper crop for the huckleberries, it was scary to see that there was no cranberries. So that was scary, and you always don't know what years they're going to be, hotter and hotter. And so this year the huckleberries didn't do so well, but the cranberries came out in abundance. So you always see and because we're more conscious of these changes in the environment, we're really finding what's happening with the Mother Earth, because we're having to harvest these foods from them directly, and we're seeing what's happening, like in terms of climate change and
an abundance of berries usually means an abundance of bears too. And so Seacher Bay, we have to share that space with the bears. Since we've arrived out there, and pretty much every year there's been a lot of bears. And interestingly enough, there wasn't very many berries last year, and there was hardly any bear presence as well too. So it definitely it correlates. But I didn't think it would have that much of an impact on them. I guess that is a main food area for them when it comes to berries, because they just didn't come around this year. So, I think we can expect if there's a lot of berries that we know that there will be a lot of bears sharing that with us.
Oh, yeah,
Next photo, please.
Actually, we have a question. Lisa Marie is asking if you could please list some of the berries that you pick seasonally. I heard you mention cranberries and huckleberries, but what are some of the other berries that you found in your area?
Well, there's three different types of huckleberries, right?
Yeah, within our region, we have the blue huckleberry, the everberry huckleberry that comes in, and it's within September, October, November, even out to December. And then the red huckleberry, which is the summer berry. We have the salmon berries, are the first one, the salmon berries that come out.
Wild strawberry. Not very many wild strawberry, but they're there. And we call it yatma, and salal is everywhere. A huge abundance of salal. Is there anything else? Thimbleberries, yeah.
Thimbleberries, they're
we have a creek that comes down, and the creek is actually in this picture. You can't quite see it because the water level is quite low, but if you follow to the right side of the picture into that corner of the bay, that's one of the creeks in our area, the biggest creek that we have, and there's generally around the fresh running water you'll find a lot of the berry bushes as well. And this particular beach in our bay is kind of like our farm, I guess. We don't have to do too much with it, but that's where Nitanis harvests her sea lettuce, and there's a huge amount of sea asparagus.
That whole patch there behind the rocks there, you can't see very well, but that is all sea asparagus. I guess there's another name for them. That's how we know it as. Yeah, it's just the whole thing's full of sea asparagus.
Yeah, they're great. They can grow up to, the sea asparagus can grow up to maybe about 8 to 10 inches in full length. Generally, you trim about the top 4 to 6 inches off of it, and when they're tender in the springtime or even in the early fall. There's 2 harvest periods for the sea asparagus, and a very natural high salt content that you need to blanch in boiling water, or just, you could have it like that, but it definitely has that salty flavor because it's in that intertidal zone. But a huge food source for us.
Yeah, John has a couple of really good dishes that he makes with this sea asparagus.
Yeah. Next photo, please.
And we pickled it. It was a really good gift, I think. Yeah. More berry bushes. It's probably the thimbleberries. You can go to the next one. We have, and there's a lot of berries too that I'm just learning about every year. I'll discover a new plant within the growing season. I'll pick up again with my books or talk to elders, and then I'll discover another plant every year. Our knowledge base is growing in terms of the foods that are just there, that we never thought of them as food, or we never, considered them. And so every day now I see this new plant, and then I'm being reintroduced to them, like, who are you?
This is yatma berry, the salal berry,
yeah.
And many of these berries would either be mixed together and sort of pounded into a cake and dried to be saved and stored for the winter months. A lot of it obviously would have been eaten fresh too. On top of that, we've canned some of the foods, but a lot of it is also dried, similar, I guess, in a sense to the traditional approaches that we took. But quite often we'll use our wood stove and kind of aerate it over top of the wood stove to help with that drying process as well. Next photo, please.
So
that's the end of that.
Yeah, we're doing it in groups. So I guess what I want to do while we're sitting here and we're looking at this black screen is if any of the other rooms have questions. I know there might be some pressing questions from the video conference rooms and people may have to leave, or I'm not sure. But if you could turn your speaker on if there's a question and just say who you are and where your question is from and who it's directed to, that would be greatly appreciated. And same with the attendees in the Adobe Connect. If you have a question, just please type it in and I'll relay the question to John and Nitanis. And so go ahead if any of the rooms, I can't see which room you're in. So just going to take a couple seconds here. Colin is asking, Nitanis and John, thank you for sharing your family's journey. Are there legal impediments to traditional food system utilization at the larger community scale?
Mm. That's a great question, and it's something that we've discussed. And the amount of food sources that are readily available to us in our territories is while it's abundant, it isn't an abundance to be able to sustain full communities at this point. Traditionally, it took some grooming, it took some cultivating, and it took caretaking over those food sources to be able to ensure that they were going to return in large numbers, whether it was salmon or berries or roots, rhizomes, whatever the food source is. There was a lot of effort that was put into ensuring the sustainability of those food sources. In our approaches, we definitely are mindful of sustainability and try to ensure that we're not overtaking certain resources from certain areas. So sometimes what we'll do is we'll just selectively pick foods from different areas so that we're not overtaking from one particular area. Now, if we were to ramp this up to a larger community level approach, we could definitely appreciate that there would be that it would draw upon those fragile food resources probably in a very negative way that just isn't sustainable at this point. And so I'm sure that there are some legal ramifications involved with that if it was ramped up to a community-wide level. On a family basis, we've been very fortunate to be able to either be under the radar when it comes to those legalities, or just to be able to be, mindfully harvesting food so that we're not adversely impacting the food sources and the food systems. And so I think if and when we're ready as First Nations communities to be able to harvest on a community-wide scale again as a food source for our peoples, that we definitely need to have those pieces in place. We need to have a mindful and sustainable approach in place first before harvesting practices can be revitalized within our territories. And I think that if we do put a lot of effort into ensuring that we have policies and practices that are sustainable and conscientious of the environment, that would quite possibly discard any potential legal ramifications that might be involved with that. That's a great question, and it's something I think that we definitely need to bear in mind as we move forward.
Yeah, I think the policies are already in place for foods that we know of that people are still harvesting, like the salmon, and there's the in terms of hunting and more of various. This is one of our sons, Quiet Seek. He's 11. This one, so our kids.
So Fiona has a comment to add to what John was just saying with regards to Colin's question. She said the issues arise when people are harvesting food to sell or to share with people outside the community, and money is exchanged.
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure. So our harvesting, from personal experience, has been on a family basis within family territories. So we haven't, at this point, had to venture off into other territories or to capitalize off of the foods that we're harvesting. It's simply for our table. Maybe next photo, please.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello. Yes.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Wilson. I'm one of the community health licensed practical nurses. I'm the diabetes nurse. A lot of the things that I've been hearing has been very positive in how we have had our traditional based diet. I just wanted to make a comment in regards to the traditional based diet. Because we're nomadic people and we move when the berries or when the fish come, have found that it is, I guess, because we're nomadic and we go with the different times, that it's instilled in us. We call it kwalya. We are born into a culture where we are taught from the time where we are able to learn, and we practice it for most of our lives. A lot of the knowledge that we have is through our elders, and the spirituality is always respecting where we come from and what our language is and what nation we are and how to treat. We have traditional laws. So having traditional laws instilled in us and the spirituality aspect of who we are as Native people has played a big role in how we handle ourselves, ensuring sustainability, and we've always shown respect towards Mother Earth. All the things that we're given through Mother Earth, and I think when it came to the comments of any legalities in community-based, because we share our knowledge and we share our foods. We have a traditional feast system. All those things are provided for us, and the stuff that we carry, whether it's the plant-based or it's animal-based, has a big impact on who we are as Native people because we have practiced it all of our lives. So I just wanted to make that comment of how rich we are to have all these things, and we've always known what we've had. It's only in the last 200 years where we have been against a colonial-based diet. One of the other comments I wanted to make was my mother was my grandmother and my mother were traditional healers. My mother was one of the people that went to residential school. And when I spoke to my mother in regards to how life was taken from her traditional territory and brought to a residential school, she said that they had less food when she went to residential school. However, the colonial-based diet was very, I guess, hard on her, trying to get used of, I guess, like ham and stuff like that as she was going to school. And she said she always liked coming home because she knew that she would have all the berries and all the traditional foods that she wanted. My mother also told me that we are people of the berries, and that's where we come from. And I said to her, well, what do you see as a change now? And the biggest change, she said, was in the colonial-based diet, sugar was introduced, and it was introduced as a treat. It wasn't introduced as a means of changing the food, how it tasted. She said it was a treat. She says, and I think that's how we got mixed up with having sugar in our diet, because we thought of it as a treat. As you know, First Nations people do have a high rate of diabetes, and it's very sad that we have to face having diseases, getting like diabetes, and then having to go back to a traditional based diet. But those are the comments that I was thinking about as he was talking. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
We definitely are rich, and I think that Nitanis touched on this earlier, that there was perception amongst, well, we call mamachni, the white culture, to perceive that First Nations peoples were poor because we ate food from the land. And I'm interested, and we were fortunate to sit in on Dr. Ian Mosby's discussion here in Port Alberni on the nutritional experiments that were happening during the residential school era, just to add, another layer to the atrocities that were occurring during that particular era. Now we are having truth exposed around the dietary and nutritional experiments upon the children that attended those schools. And so to hear a bit of what you shared, and the diabetes, the heart disease, arthritis, cancer, and all of those the plethora of diseases that are impacting our peoples today can definitely be attributed to diet in many ways. And, there was a systemic approach during the residential school era to change that diet. And it had adverse effects upon our people. And those adverse effects have become multi-generational in many ways, where we see many of our young families and people who are continuing unhealthy dietary habits today, perhaps unknowingly. It's just they've adopted because they feel like it is a treat. They feel like the food that they get from town, whether it's fast food or processed food from the big box stores like Walmart or the grocery stores, they feel that those are treats, that they're something that is making them feel better in a certain way. But in actuality, the biological response that it has upon us is very damaging. And so I thank you for the work that you do in your community and to raise awareness on those issues. And it's really hopeful and empowering for us to know that other First Nations communities and peoples are looking at their foods as a medicine to help our people regain the strength and the spirit that we used to have, because it's still there. It just needs to be nourished. What have we got here in the picture?
Oh, yeah, I can just go next. This is just some of the stuff I did with the sea lettuce. I made it into a chip.
Oh,
and I called them and that's it when it's just with a little bit of oils and plumped up, and then it's actually been dried that way, and it's crunchy. Yeah. My daughter would just eat lots of it. And a lot of the things too now is, so this is my cupboards, so everything, of course we'd have little rodents and mice, and so everything would have to be in glass and all dried. So those are all my dried goods. And so when I was living in town, I had to dehydrate them. I have a dehydrator, but when we were in Seacher Bay, everything was done on top of the wood stove. Yeah. Wow. And then I think there's maybe a picture of all. So one whole wall, I don't know if we'll get to that picture in the cabin, is just all canned, all my jars of food. So there would be jars of food underneath the bed, and then once I see the wall, there would be an empty space. I'd refill that space with another jar. So we have a lot of foods that are there. So these are just some of the beans and things that I've got that I brought when we're out into the bay, because too we couldn't rely solely on the indigenous foods that were there, but so we had to use a lot to supplement until we could again, it's the sea lettuce.
Mm-hmm. Lots of sea lettuce.
Lots of sea lettuce pictures. I had fun with sea lettuce. Yeah, and again, there's John who's chopping wood.
That's a daily routine in Seacher Bay. It's the main staples of comfort is to be dry and warm and to have food. And so every day we'd spend and devote a good portion of each day to ensure that we were dry and fed and comfortable. So lots of firewood splitting. Do we have another photo?
No,
That's it.
that was
okay.
That was
What
very
a great photo to end with.
Yes.
I think that says it all, that photo. It's so many learning experiences out there, so many learning still to happen. We keep reminding ourselves that we're so new into all of this that there's a huge novelty there that I don't think can wear off, because there's just limitless learning that's available out there. It would be great to have elders who can come out and share with us in the language, but at the same time, I can appreciate that not all of our elders are completely knowledgeable in certain areas, that we require, again, a community of language speakers to call upon. We require a community of people to lend their energy to make living out on our land a possibility again. Our efforts as a single family to go out there we're met with a lot of challenges. Living directly on the ocean side during the winter time brings a lot of perilous, travels, and the weather is completely unpredictable. We had an incident during the winter, midwinter, when we had a tsunami warning in the middle of the night, and that was around the time that I hurt my back, and we had to flee up the mountain in the middle of the night. Nitanis's mother was visiting from northern Alberta. It was the beginning of January. It was cold and wet and dark, and we all scurried up the mountainside to safety. And it was a really small, minimal tidal wave that managed to reach us, but the reality was there that we're subject to the environment around us when we're out in our traditional territory. When we live in an urban environment, we can create this artificial environment that we think that we have control over, but in all reality, the natural environment is a very powerful force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that was one of the learning lessons again, is that it is living in a place where it's alive, and you really got that sense of like, this is alive, like everything around us is alive. And I don't think it ever really hit me until we were out there, and especially in the winter, like when the waves just came in, it was constant. Then they would be it was like the earth was breathing throughout the day, and just the way that everything was moving, and the fact that any second that it could be gone. And it wasn't until we were living out there totally isolated that I had the most sense of security I ever had in my life. And I've gone through a couple of flooding incidences in Port Alberni that left us without any power, without any, for about a week. And we didn't have enough food to last us for maybe a few days. And there's a real sense of, when they say food security is a big thing on Vancouver Island, they said that we only have about 3 days max with all the foods would be gone from all the food, all the stores. That I'm sure that's probably extreme, but it would probably be for other families, it would be a little bit longer. But if there was anything to happen, that was a reality for most people. And I remember feeling a lot of anxiety about that, and starting to and how am I going to protect my family? And so being out there with the tsunami warning, and we just ran up there, we knew we had enough food that would be harvested. We had the knowledge base around foods and how to collect. Our kids had the knowledge base about where to get fresh water, how to build a shelter, how to take care of one another, how to build a fire, like those basic things. I think we become so civilized, we out-civilized ourselves into basic human knowledge that we would have had back in the day. How to build our homes, our food, our medicines would have been something that we would have all grown up being taught. So again, we're in the infancy stages, but we're at it with our children. So we're just excited for their future, like really excited for their future. It's not a doomsday, but like, wow, what are you gonna become to not have to go to school and be oppressed or being taken away from your family? And here we are living as one whole family all together throughout the year. And I think it's some pretty exciting times for us. Yeah.
It's amazing what your family has done, and just hearing the story. And what's interesting, because Catherine and I, like she wrote something down, it would be really interesting because you're both talking about, it would be, back in the day, and even 100 years ago, just about 200 years ago, how a community, each family would have its strength and contribute to the community in such a manner that if a reality community was built as such, and built around the model that you're talking about, that people are brought together to live off the land, that are interested in doing such an initiative. It's actually really quite exciting, the work that that your family has undertaken, and understanding too that you now communicate, because the family that I'm working with is one-way communication, where they were watching the TV all the time, whereas your family now communicates. And I think I've actually heard John, your eldest daughter, speak before from a very young age, and you really realize that the communication channels have opened up, and they're well-spoken children, right, because of that communication and their teachings and their learnings and their traditions now. So it kind of carries on naturally, that those pieces are there for your children. It's exciting. It's exciting to hear about.
Yeah, so one thing about Kayla, our oldest daughter, she's 13 years old, and when we moved out to the Bay, it was shortly after I was always tired, and and I found out that I was pregnant, probably right when we first moved out there, which wasn't something we had planned. So a lot of the times I would be in not feeling very well, and my daughter really stepped up in terms of like being with her dad and being able to do a lot of the things to help us. Like, so she'd be right beside him, chopping wood, using a chainsaw, learned how to ride a boat, and so she does the motor, jumping off the dock, tying the knots, pulling up the crab traps, fishing, and so she's even more so than me, because I would be inside with the littler kids. So for her, I know that I'd be in complete safe hands with my 13-year-old daughter if anything were to happen, and yeah, I'm really, really, and again, she's been homeschooled too, so she's still homeschooled, and then we go back to the community here in the wintertime in Port Alberni to Hahopeak School, which is our community new channel school, and they are accepting of the kids' unique circumstances where we're only here for the winter. And so they've kind of walked into the classroom and saying, been, in this West Coast by themselves and kind of homeschooled for a year, and then coming into the school, and just the transition that the school has been able to support them with is just wonderful. And then we're looking at doing some connections with the school in the springtime for them to come and visit us out there. So again, too, with doing the language. So we're having re-indigenizing. So Thursday night we have potluck dinners at our house with communities that we're talking about going back in the spring with us. They're going to come and help us build our cabins and winterize them. And they're going to be doing, so we're kind of like the first step for them to go back into the land, because we'll already be there for about a year. So they'll come into our cabins and then reconnect with the land and find where their homes are going to be, and really is about the beginning steps of building community. Yeah, and then on Sundays we have a reskilling day, and we learn different things like medicines and different kinds of we were tapping maple trees, looking at just all kinds of reskilling, making basketry, and then sharing different skills that each of us have. Alternative energy is another one that we'll be doing on Sundays. So we just open our home up, and then whoever comes on Sundays. And then the Thursdays are the potluck dinners, where we just have this discussion about what is it that we want to see. What does a community really look like? How are we going to get there? Do we need money? Do we need to go to different organizations? How do we go about, doing the cultural practices within our hereditary system and being able to incorporate all of that? I don't like the word incorporate. I don't know why I said that. But so this other thing we wanted to do was re-indigenize your body, which we thought was really fun and using social media, even though I stopped going on Facebook for this year, and we'll see how long that lasts, but we wanted to do something where you decolonize something, which is take away something that's a colonized part of your, either it's a food or it's a practice, it's it's decolonization, and then you want to put something in its place that's going to lift you up. And then so we say to decolonize and re-indigenize. So an example would be, what's an example?
Time.
Oh yeah, John. So when we were looking at the new moon in January 1st, it just so happens to coincide with the new moon, and we were talking about the kids, like especially around Christmas and stuff like that, around when we spent that year out in Seacher Bay. Christmas and Halloween and Easter and all of those holidays didn't have a place there, really. It just kind of seemed odd, that we'd get our kids to look for chocolates or something in the bush. And why do we have these holidays? And really, teaching the kids and ourselves and communicating why we do certain things. A lot of times we're colonized without even realizing it. And what are the history behind those teachings that we have today in this consumer culture. And so one of the things that we would do to what's the time?
We, when we're living in the Bay,
Right.
especially as opposed to here in Port Alberni, our concept of time and our scheduling and those pieces are very different from one another. Here in town, we're on the 24-hour clock, the 7-day week, the 365-day, 12-month calendar system that fits and works for most things, but it's very artificial in the sense that it's not really connected to the natural environment. It's convenient, but it's not necessarily closely connected to our natural environment. In Seacher Bay, our days are dictated by sunrise, sunset. It's dictated by high tide, low tide, which is connected to the lunar cycle. So the solar cycle and the lunar cycle are natural forms of timekeeping that our people use traditionally. We might not have charted it or written it down in a very specific manner, but it definitely had a huge impact on our way of life and how we scheduled our day-to-day activities. You know, on a high tide, that's an ideal time for me to go out and get some large logs and bring it up high on our beach. Obviously, during the very low tides, it's a very ideal time to harvest foods. You know, and then different portions of the day provide different opportunities. And so one of the re-indigenizing activities that have been approaching here while we're living in town is putting together a new calendar system based upon the lunar cycles that is more appropriate for us. And so I was intending to bring my model that I have of it, that it was just, I've been racking my brain on it, trying to figure out a way to synchronize the 12-month Gregorian calendar system with an indigenous-based lunar calendar system. But I managed to find a way to do it, and it'll be shared soon. We have a website that is currently under development that will be launched soon to follow along on this journey, and the others that are participating in it as well now too. And it's reindigenize.net, right? Reindigenize.net, and that will be up and running shortly. It's just some of the fine tuning still happening with it until it gets launched, and then it'll be continuously added to from friends and families that are involved in this process with us.
I think why we wanted to share our story, and again, we did a bit of a write-up in a blog under VICCIFN of the food challenge that we took part in 2010. And I think is we wanted to share it because it's that kind of, if we can do it, you can do it. Like, we're nowhere, we're not the, we weren't brought up, living in the bush and being taught. Like, we were brought up, by parents that had gone to the residential school or the 60s scoop with my mother, and brought up in public school, and so it was just about finding our way and fumbling through it. Really, like, a lot of the time is through trial and error, and so we got a lot of funny stories, and some of them scary, some of them, are sad, some of them like we sit back and go, okay, that we survived that, so that's why we wanted to share. I think is that if and we're nowhere near experts. Like, we're not the professionals, and I think when we did the diet in 2010, and then when we came back, it's just, there we go. The weight got packed on. We started eating the foods back again, and we have to sit back and go, how did that happen again? What is it that we need to do to make sure that this is something that it's not just a diet fad, that this is something that we're going to have, that our kids are going to see, that it's the strength in which we live in. So, but it is hard. Like, it is hard to maintain that, and we don't have access to a lot of those foods, and we don't expect other people to. And at the same time, John was saying, like, if everybody jumped off and went an indigenous diet, boom, there would go a lot of the food systems. And so one of the things that we want to learn too about re-indigenizing is planting, being able to plant indigenous plants. And because they're a little bit harder than, say, having a garden. They require a lot more attention and just a little bit more to nurture an indigenous plant, back. Or how do you find an area and maybe just by decolonizing, take out the Scotch broom and to let the huckleberries grow a little bit more. finding what is indigenous in your local area. Maybe those weeds are maybe they're medicine in your yard. Maybe those weeds are what are trying to grow, and you need to pull out the grass. And
through our discussions here in town, and I appreciate that we're over time, and I'm not sure what we're looking at with the time that we have. So I just wanted to share that with the discussions that we've had, we've sort of categorized the level of readiness and preparedness amongst our people and our communities of reconnecting with their land in the form of 3 houses. Right. And so there's an urban house, there's a sort of midway transition house, and then there's the longhouse. And so the longhouse is that dream, that Hith Mexican of where we want to be, living directly on the land, very similar to how our ancestors did, but with some new sort of things incorporated into it that we've learned along the way as a people. That transitional house is kind of like Seacher Bay. It's got some of the comforts, so-called comforts, of the colonial environment. We have electricity, we have running water, we have those types of things. And so that's a bit more of a launching pad for families and people to go to immerse themselves slowly and gradually into reconnecting in a strong and really deep-rooted way with their territory. And then the urban house is a place where people can just gather and strategize and discuss ideas and empower one another and share foods and share laughter and celebrate and do those different things that are essential for us to be able to survive within this colonial environment as Indigenous peoples, and to remain and to hold on to our identity as Indigenous peoples. And so those 3 houses serve as a metaphorical sort of landscape of the realities that we've been experiencing. We have the urban house while we're living in town here. Seacher Bay is that transitional house. And then the longhouse that we're working towards is, we appreciate that throughout our communities, there's many different levels of preparedness and readiness. There's some people who might not desire to go directly out onto the land, but they want to be part of that process, and they want to share teachings or knowledge, or they want to be privy to it. And then there's others who just want to go out from time to time. And then there's others, such as ourselves, who are willing to go and devote our whole lives on the territory. And so all of those efforts are necessary for us to be able to find a way to cope and survive and thrive in this world that that surrounds us now. That's much different than the world that our ancestors lived within. So that's essentially where we find ourselves, and it's been a very interesting path and learning experience with many, many more interesting learnings to come for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation. And yes, we just had a message from the tech support that our bridge is going to, it shuts down here in a little bit. But I do appreciate, you filling this time with your story and sharing your re-indigenization back to the land and your family story. It's actually a really exciting story, a family journey that you've undertaken. And like you said, Nitanis, it's a lifelong choice, right? You're realizing that you're going to, that you're back on track, and, that's what you as a family and you as mom and dad want for your children. And it's it's a story to be told. It's just wonderful, that you open your doors and to community who want to be a part of it. That's just amazing. That is exactly how our communities used to run, right? People bring their best and what they can offer. You share what you have, and that's what goes along with the theme. It takes a community to raise a child. So really, thank you very much. I say Haichka, and because I'm running on time and I'm watching the clock here because it'll just drop, it'll just shut down on us. That I just need to talk a little bit about the upcoming learning circles while we still have a few people. There's still a few people online. If you could just shut off your mic really quick, John and Nitanis. We have some upcoming learning circles. We have one on January 16th, a youth circle called Coyote Tales Theater with Ken Than Thomas. He is a UBC NITEP student up at the university, so he'll be here. He is of Shawetmik ancestry from Salmon Arm, BC. Join us for that and spread the word to the youth. January 21st, I believe it is our 5th in a series on the residential schools. So we have residential schools and the criminal justice system. We have Gerald Bent from corrections and Michael Pond, who has done a fair amount of counseling and trauma work with residential school survivors and the intergenerational survivor. And of course, that was our 5th in a series with the Indian Residential School Survivor Society. January 23rd, Feeding Your Family Delicious Food with Jerry Caston. I believe we're going out to UBC for that day. Join us for his exciting live presentation. He is a very dynamic presenter. January 28th, we have Nankaini Wellness Center Society presenting from Williams Lake, talking about their services and going into treatment and their challenges and the services available at treatment centers. February 6th, we're back to our we're beginning our series again on nutrition.
That'll be our second one.
Our second.
We don't have a topic quite yet, but we are working on that right now.
So February 11th, we have BC Aboriginal Network on Disability Society, their health resources support and disability programs, what's available provincially, I believe, right? BCNs. February 13th, we have a presentation on physical activity, beginning the train the trainer model, sort of physical activity, getting active. With the new year, people, have the intention to become active, but how do we do that in community, and how do we best utilize our video conference? What's, that going to look like for training our trainers in community? February 20th, we have the Aboriginal Women in Law. That's an evening series. Partnership with the Simon Fraser University Student Association, I believe. Yes, First Nations Student Association, which moves us into March. We have a lateral violence. When I was at Gathering Wisdom, there was a fair amount of health directors saying, what about lateral violence? We're missing that piece on the lateral violence in community. So it led me to find the Kokwe Consulting out of North Vancouver, and she will be doing a presentation March 11th. March 13th and 27th, we are continuing on with our Aboriginal nutrition and webinar series, and then April 10th, we also have a session. So if you have any ideas or would like to have any topics brought to the UBC Learning Circle or to the Youth Circle, please send us those requests or suggestions for presenters. A lot of these current presenters coming into the new year are actually people who have approached us during Gathering Wisdom or contacted us about saying they would like to see this presentation. So we do work quite well with setting up sessions, so please contact us. And thank you again. We have a couple minutes left, so thank you very much. Heichka, John, and Nitanis, and I will be in contact with you via email or Facebook. So thank you, everybody. There was a few comments here, but I will send those to John and Nitanis, the comments that I missed on the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Heichka, take
That was
care.
wonderful.